Bum, bum. Dun, 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 dun. There's a game I need to play again at some point. Live here on stream. Some Hunt Showdown. This Hunt Showdown's awesome. Anyway, hang on. Let me turn this thing on. That's tilted. There we go. Sorry, we're gonna get the space heater up. It's a bit cold in my basement. Okay, anyway, back to more captive industry because there's stuff I wanted to get done. Hang on, everything's going a million miles an hour and doesn't need to be. There we go. Alright. So, things have progressed. We are flattening out an area over here. I think I will put petrochemicals down here because this seems like a decent spot for it. Maybe I'll fit it in over here just so I could get the fertilizer over here easier. And that's basically the whole main reason I would want to do that. Fertilizer in and out of this area. Let's see, what else? I finally flattened out a nice large area up here for basically going up to arc furnaces and decommissioning all of this eventually. Let's see, built a land bridge over here and are continuing to build a land bridge over here. I may move a bunch of ports over here. I haven't decided entirely yet what I'm going to do with that, but basically we got these nice stackers. Stackers. We're going to put these big piles up here, and then we're just going to sort of flatten them out. It's a nice way to do it. So you don't have to constantly have trucks trying to dump things there. We're going to flatten those out in a bit. Got more sand getting mined, I guess. Emptying out a beach. We've been ever widening this, basically just to help fill in this. Let's see. Built the power plant over here, which actually does full-on recycling of everything here. So works out quite nicely. We're gonna get something. We're gonna start off with something over here in a bit. Let's see. Been building a route to get to the iron ore here, and I guess maybe eventually connect to the copper here. And we also have this big thing of quartz right here that we want to get to eventually. But oh right, we also managed to break through this little ridge right here. We have more access to trees and whatnot over here. And yeah, ever forward on that. We have depleted the coal mine that was here, which is totally fine. I don't really care about that. We've been importing coal for a while now, and we don't use it as much as you'd think. So, yeah. It's like I don't really mind that I depleted that one. We do have another one over here that I'm going to eventually get to. But, for now, I think what I'll do is I'll start over here with a tree farm. Going with a tree farm. And everything that comes along with that. What I decided to do was the excess water that gets generated by the exhaust scrubber from the steam or whatever. Like, you know, we just have extra water here. It's basically essentially coming out of this pump. We're going to take that extra water. We're actually going to send it to this greenhouse to help grow saplings. And we're going to kind of turn a swath of this area here into a tree farm. I haven't quite decided where it's going to go just yet, but maybe I'll sneak it in. Actually, maybe I'll sneak it in down here. I kind of moved these over here for no real reason other than to get them out of the way. I don't even know why I still have them. But anyway, I think I might move them over here, just mainly to keep this alleyway clear here, I can put a tree farm down here and, you know, have a steady supply of trees. Anyway, that will also mean that I actually do need at least one tree planter, possibly more. Actually, let's go with 2. Need at least 2 tree planters. Right, anyway. So, I want this thing, like, kind of maybe constantly running. So what we'll do is, first, I can't remember, are those flat packed or not? Yes, they are flat. Okay. Tree saplings come out flat. Got it. I do want them flat, however. However, I want this thing constantly running. So that eventually... Oh, who's pinging me now? Right. Okay. So at the very least, we'll have... That goes there. And that will always be priority out to you. And then, how do I want to handle the tree saplings here? I gotta think about this. So tree saplings into biomass, but biomass doesn't help me much. Biomass into compost does help me. So I think we'll do that. I could burn biomass to make steam, but I don't really care. I don't really care about that one. It's weird that the shredder's not here. What the... Where the hell is the shredder? There you are. There's the shredder. Okay, so... Out of this... Priority out there. That's fine. I would like this to fill up first. And into the shredder you go. Set the recipe for tree saplings. Did I leave myself room for that? Probably not. No, I did not. Dang it. Oh, wait. No. Hang on. Simple fix. Now I have room for it. Okay. You will next go into the mixer. Wait, really? The mixer? Yeah, how about that? Mixer. And from the mixer... How do I want to do this? Do I want to also do it here? Oh, that's a question. Do I also want to do it here? I suppose I could. Because what I want to also do is take the 16 compost that I have here, put it into the mixer again. Gosh, that's not going to make a lot, is it? Oh well. We might be able to get away with dirt over here. Yeah, we also need water down here. We'll set that as the primary recipe, and if it doesn't work out, we will go with that as the secondary. How about that? Oh, also, you know what? It would be helpful if I did it in that direction. And this is all going to be off of extra water, isn't it? No, it's supposed to be one more down. There we go. How did I manage that? Oh wait, no, no, no. Wrong. No, not cut. There we go. Let's at least get you as dirt. And we'll just have it just a little bit full. Okay, we do not need that conveyor. There we go. You know, I suppose now really doesn't actually matter which side I put that on, but whatever. Oh, come on. Why is this, like... Okay, so it was literally just trying to put a pipe from that side. Got it. And into there you go. Okay. So... that should, in theory, make this a loop. And we'll just at least set target fertility. We won't set it very high, but we want some anyway. Okay, let's get all this built. We'll just... what the hell did I just do there? I don't want you at all. Go away. Just quick build everything. Of course, that's going to be a little bit hard to click on, isn't it? No. There we go. Why are things hard to click on all of a sudden? What the heck? Okay. In theory, I have to start making trees. Let's also do this real fast, just as a... no, it's not what I wanted to do. There we go. I just wanted that as a line to indicate where I can build the tree farm. Okay, where do we hide this one? Maybe we plop you down there. Edit area. Oh, goodness. Actually, hang on. Let's do... oh, okay. So, I'll assign one of those two here. And And we'll just start with that. Whatever, quick build it. How do I designate the... Oh, edit designation. There we go. We'll just start with that. How about that? Should probably also have that as a priority out, too. Should probably... I don't know. This should work. Won't be the fastest, but I don't think it really needs to be. So... And if I have to, I can probably put another one of these down and it'll be okay. Probably. Or hell, you know, the rainwater harvester does kind of fit there. Kind of fits. Not completely out of place, but yeah, it kind of fits. Oh, I got dirt already. That's nice. Ah, screw it. Whenever they get built, they get built. We'll, grow some trees. Be just a tiny bit extra water, you know? Oh, good. The first mound has finished. Yeah, that was something I needed to get up and running before I completely ran out of trees to naturally cut down. Alright, this is, I'd say, looking okay for now. This still has to have another layer put on top of this. Whether or not I actually use dirt is sort of yet to be determined, but I suppose I could fill in the rest of this. Here, before I do that, get rid of that right there. Also taken to put an angle down right in the lip there so it doesn't end up just dumping a whole shitload of dirt into the ocean. I can still put things like really close to the edge, so it's still fine. Like, for instance, last I checked, the seawater pump still should be totally fine there. Yeah. Yeah, seawater pumps still completely work right on, not all the way up to the edge, but they still work where they're at, so that's not bad. Sort of screwed up right there, but that's an easy fix for some time in the future. When that time is, I have no idea, but it's for some time in the future. Alright, let's actually empty this out, maybe? Right, should tell you what I have going on with the trains here. So, this loops up over to here to this. Well, this is me trying out stations and trying to figure out what the hell would work. This can clearly be better. But, it'll basically grab the, dirt and the rock, I should say. Dirt and the rock from up here. from all the mining that's going on here and everything else I'm taking out, and drop it off here, which is a little closer to the places that I've been putting all this down, so. Okay, with that done, should point out that our next adventure is Construction 4 and Research Lab 3, which basically gives us the Construction Parts 4, it gives us the Maintenance 2, and Lab Equipment 3 for, of course, the next batch of research. We ultimately, what I really want to get is going to end up being the, actually, probably all of these here. Conveyor belts, chemical plants, arc furnace 2, might as well upgrade to it, and CO2 recycling. Mainly you want the CO2 recycling because the arc furnaces use all the graphite, and converting carbon dioxide directly to graphite is a good thing because it's less air pollution. So, oh, right, and then get Cargo Depot 3 and 4. That's basically going to be our priorities there. We can get the rest of it done later. Oh, vacuum distillation. It's depleted steam. Oh, interesting. Oh, look at that, nuclear reactors. Fun time setting those things up. But yeah, it's basically our get the CO2 recycling and then get to cargo depots. That means we got to get stuff back here, which means I have to utilize this nice, convenient, cleared out space for it. So maybe we do that now. And I don't know, can I clear that out in time before this gets all... Well, probably not. But we have right here, we have PCB boards, which I am going to, if I actually want to use them, I can start making them. Definitely start making them. It's just that if I want to go any further, I gotta actually make silicon. Very least silicon polymer. And now we can finally extend the copper line all the way to someplace else. Because that's finally useful. Alright. So. We gotta make a silicon polymer plant. Which actually does use arc furnaces. Which I've already set up a graphite production thing here, which is also why we have boosted the production of the sour water plant, because otherwise I'd be generating too much sour water for this thing to keep up. And I guess also for funsies I actually boost the white gas to fuel gas and hydrogen, because maybe I might actually want to use, if I get the mega equipment, maybe I actually use the hydrogen-based variants. To reduce fuel pollution and, well, diesel fuel consumption. I have it, might as well use it. Okay. So, I do like that you have, like, these different, like, if you need to build whatever it is you want to build, everything you need is already just here, you know? So, okay, arc furnace, we want to do molten silicon. What do you say? Maybe do we do 2? Do we do 2 of them or 1? I don't know. I do not know. This is gonna make a hell of a lot of molten silicon. It's going to make 36, going to eventually make 72, and these take 18 per, so it's going to be 4 silicon reactors. It's going to end up making 40... Hey, wait a minute, hang on, that's a 1-to-1, so that's going to make 72. Do I really need 72? Do I really need 72? I mean, I guess if I'm doing a crystallizer to make silicon wafers, but I imagine I'd be replacing this thing by then. And I'm only really going to do... Maybe PC board. Oh my goodness. Never mind. That's going to make 24 total. 24 total, and if I... Oops. Hit buttons there. 24 total, so therefore I could do 4 of these, so 24 total out of this. So I'll have 36. So an extra 12 left over. I could then also make 2 things of those, so I will be fine with... I will be fine with 1. Let's just say that. How about this? As a thing, because everything else has 2, I will make this as if I am doing 2. But maybe we don't make 2, you know? Okay. There we go. Found the right button. Okay. Yeah, you go there. This is gonna make me my slag. Oh, excuse me. You know, real basic build. Only difference is that some of these are gonna have to be flat. Flat storage. Okay, let's see, loose storage. I don't believe there's any recycling for these, so... Oh, I fucked that up. That might have taken me a while to figure out why the hell that wasn't working. Alright, awesome. Alright. Oh, right. The other thing that these actually need is hydrogen. I forgot about that. I forgot about the hydrogen requirement. Ooh. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, though. What I can do is slap it on the side over here. That's right. That's the other reason why I was getting hydrogen going and getting a little more of it going. Was these things. Have to be like that. There we are. And now we go molten. Maybe I can actually move those to there so it looks a little better. There we go. Don't really need an insane amount of this stuff, so 18, 36, that's going to be 72, so this will actually need the slightly faster one. No, we won't be using all of it. That's an output there. Alright, actually, hang on. Let's do... that right there, then the belt coming out will be all flat. Okay. Alright, you need to be graphite. You need to actually be coal. You need to be sand. S, you silly person. It starts with S. You are slag, but cannot import. Please keep that slightly empty. You are going to be hydrogen. Please import. Thank you. And you are going to be silicon poly. I don't really care what happens to you. Alright, that does it. That's what we needed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. Clicked on it. There we go. That is officially lined up where it should be. The 6 gap in between that. Alright. Let's just get this built. No reason not to. So, next thing in the line here, anyway, would actually be the PCB, which I need to send electronics down here. Oof, okay. Should have... Ooh, no, I'll have room for 4. I'll have room for 4. Okay, but I gotta get electronics down here somehow. How do I want to do that? Oh, there's electronics way the hell up there. Okay. We'll do what I was thinking of and just send them down on copper. Should be fine, I think. Okay, that's going to be my electronics. So PCBs, electronics, and then this coming from, well, basically just across the way. Alright, so that would mean we'll get this sorted out where it really needs to go in a moment, but dang it. There we go. It just occurred to me I have no outlet for that, do I? I will actually have to use one of these. Because this is the first one where it's not just 2 ingredients and something else being added to it. It's just 3 ingredients now. Okay, things are getting a little more complex, aren't they? Because this has to have an outlet. And that can go right there. It's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, not a big deal if we cover some of those up. We'll do 4 of these. So we can definitely keep up with that. Go. Now, what did I just hit? It's an F. There we go. There we go. That looks neat. And yeah, it's just 6 per. It's not that many. Okay, let's get this positioned. 3, 4, 5, 6. And you go right there. Oh, look at that. Churning it out already. Love to see it. Okay. It's going to get made. Or at least do that, because every time a vehicle drives on concrete, it reduces their maintenance requirements. Alright, so we'll take our flat conveyor for the first one to there. Are you 3 high? Yeah, you are 3 high. I forgot about that. Didn't necessarily look 3 high. Okay, there's that one. Now, we'll just do a simple thing over here. you know, roughly around there. Actually, ooh, is that dead on? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. It was close. Kind of close. Be that one right there I want to do. Alright, you... Conveyor right to there. Okay. That should do it. Should, anyway. And I still have a space to get our electronics 2 out. And first thing first is we're going to combine those with mechanical parts to make maintenance. That's the absolute first thing we do. The mechanical parts I have are... Where the hell are they? Okay, they are right there. I should be making enough of these things, I hope. If not, I can always boost them temporarily until I decommission this, which is gonna come sooner rather than later. If I'm being honest. I can sneak a few more in there. Goodness. Yeah, I think what'll... Yeah, could I... Oh, no. It's not the best spot. Man, what was I thinking there? Oof. That'll work. Looks a little weird, but that'll work. It's all gonna be just kind of temporary anyway, so maybe I shouldn't fuss over it this much. There we go. Okay, PCB... No, we already made the PCBs. Electronics 2 comes out of this. That's right there, okay. Get that built too. Those are coming along nicely. Okay, get that built. Those and those, and we literally just need the maintenance. Where the hell's maintenance at? Is it you? No. Where's maintenance? Oh, there it is, maintenance. Maintenance. What do you think? The same two that we've been using? Oh, right. I actually have to research it now. I couldn't do it before because I actually had to... Because you actually have to produce electronics too in order to actually research this shit. So, I forgot about that little detail. So, I don't think these are going to help me. So we gotta wait until that gets done before we can actually put those in. And yes, I did actually, in fact, have room for that. Nice. Oh. Mm. And then I can sort of... What can I do here? Swing the science production back this direction. Get the network research production back that direction. Get the new type of research and then send it back. Same spot. Just upgrade these two. Go for an upgrade. Alright, that will hold on to the dirt for a bit more. Didn't really use much of it, did it? Huh. Maybe it did. I don't know. Oh, this is actually making really decent progress. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing is dirt is actually hard to come by. There's actually a trade loop you can do with the town that actually lets you get dirt. You know, if you fill up this little basin enough, you could technically mine the limestone underneath it, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that or not. Oh, you still need stuff to dig. Okay. Let's be... No, not that brave. Let's just do those two for now. Because whenever you mine things from such a steep surface, it tends to spill. Tends to break things that you don't want them broken. Alright, so what do you say? What do you say we actually build all of this? Starting with you two. I'll leave that alone for now. Okay. That can get built too, why not? Build all of this. I will have to... Hang on. Let's get rid of you and get rid of you for now. What do you say we... That takes me right to the edge of that. What do you say we put a crossing right there? I do like how these crossings work. They're kind of neat. We'll put that there. And all that connected. Yeah, we'll put this right on the end. How about that? Like how I did not need to do that. That's alright, though. That's okay. Okay, at least get that built. Still kinda maybe unsure what I want to do here. Well, I do know that that needs to exist. But as far as, like, what I'm delivering here goes, mildly unsure just yet. Let's put another crossing here. I will actually rush build this one, though, because that actually is blocking a... Okay, never mind. We're not building that. Yep. Trains cannot reach their destination. Yeah, you don't say. Maybe because I don't have enough concrete. That's not good. Oh, right. Because I built all those roads. Haha. That would do it. But the idea is that lots of loose materials get delivered here, and finished goods get picked up here as well. Not sure what where the finished goods are gonna go or what I'm gonna do with them, but we'll do something. We'll do something. At least that's getting built, so that's nice. That's weird, because it says I have... No, never mind, I have 25. Probably because they're getting put on trucks as fast as they can. Oh yeah, that'll also do it. That will also do it. All the rail that has to get put down now. Just kind of taking up all those blocks. That one's on the way. It'll be alright. Just set all these to urgent. There we go. Those all get urgent. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I take that back. Those aren't nearly as urgent as they used to be. Never mind. Reason being is I completely forgot that trucks can still technically drive down here. So never mind. That doesn't actually have to be urgent at all. Those are no longer blocked. Maybe I actually also build that too. There we go. Well, that's a problem. How's our trees coming along, by the way? We got a little bit of a supply going, so that's not so bad. Not so bad at all. How the hell do you have stored fertilizer already? Okay, whatever. I guess this thing ran? Oh yeah, I guess it did ran. Run. Maybe I can do a little bit more? I don't know. Target 100, see what happens. So wait, how did that get... Oh, for fuck's sakes, let me guess. Turn that off. You turn off imports. You're fine, you're cool. You off with that. I think I see what happened. I'm guessing stuff got imported here when it shouldn't be. Yeah, well. Okay, how do I set the harvesting? Okay, at 100%, that's fine. That's fine, we'll set that to 100% growth. Should be good. You only had 2, how curious. But that'll get us trees for now. A bit of extra water from the rain collector is always welcome. Still, it bothers the hell out of me that this isn't a giant rain collector. Like, you mean to tell me that they can't, like, plumb a gutter in the middle, like down the middle here, and then just have the water collect in this tank? You're actually telling me this, that they can't do that. At least let it collect some water. It's a giant, it's basically this. That does not move fast, but at least it's moving. At least we're getting a steady supply of trees. Which technically means we now have an infinite supply of coal. Just not a very good supply, not a very fast supply of coal, but infinite. Oh, excuse me. All right, that's all sorted out. Still waiting on construction to be queued up. I'm gonna hold off on designing the. I do have something that kind of, sort of resembles a petrochemical plant, but none of it made any sense last time I reviewed it, so let's maybe not necessarily worry about that. I already kind of started a little bit here. We got sour water figured out, kind of, and we got our basic distillers here. Figure 8 should be enough. I based it off of the size of the cargo ship. There's the largest one has 8 containers. This one probably will just have one process each container. And I also should overbuild sour water stripping. Come to think of it. We can do a little bit of this. It's fine. Do just a little overbuild because there are some processes that generate sour water, and you should have a little bit extra capacity in case. Like, for instance, over here, the reason why I'm using Unity on the sour water stripper is because the chemical plant, which combines coal and chlorine to make graphite, also makes sour water. And I don't necessarily want that. There is also a trade that you can do to export slag to bring in sour water, which is a remarkably good thing to do, because the sour water, of course, generates sulfur, but more importantly, ammonia, and also you get water out of it, too. With the ammonia, of course, we can get up to fertilizer 2, because ammonia is used to make fertilizer 1, and fertilizer 2 helps our crops. It also gets us sulfur, which sulfur, when combined with several of the other products, naphthala, white gas. Why do I keep putting an L in there? There's not an L in there. I read this and I see an L, but in my mind it says L, but there's no L. White gas, ethanol, and diesel, you can combine those to make rubber, which we're going to need a lot of. However, with it being a byproduct, we can also use it to make acid, which we need a bunch of. Also use it to make fertilizer 2. But any excess that we generate also combine with limestone to make slag. Slag we just send back off to get more sour water. So it's a little bit of a nice little loop at times. So that's why that one's it's a good trade. It's a good trade since we're generating slag anyway, and we have to get rid of it. So might as well trade it for sour water and get us useful products out of it, because sour water is quite useful. I like how it's building these, even though I told them this is urgent. That's so awesome of this game. But that's all going to go down here. Let's see if I could just, like, sort of maybe piece all these together. Well, the basic inputs. So I know our heavy oil, let's see, 24, 48, 96. So we're going to have 96 heavy oil. I would rather not use that to light the boilers. I'd rather actually, let's distill that down into something more useful. Cracking unit. So we would have to generate a source of hydrogen first for this to actually work. But that's not that big of a deal. We can get that sorted. So the heavy oil. 24. So I could probably do half to generate diesel, the other half to generate naphthala. How about that? $12.24. Actually, hang on. Let's do it that way. Takes up less room. Okay, so in theory, that could process one half. And we'll change the recipe up to that. Okay. So this is always going to be generating some fuel gas for us, which is nice. Actually, it just occurred to me I should probably put the... No, actually, that one over there is probably fine. This one should be on the... probably on this side. So... what did I say, 96? We'll just consider this one. I mean, it's... doesn't really matter which one is which, but this will be... 96 coming out of there. Going into these... 9 times 8. Oh man, that's going to be a lot, isn't it? Let's see, 9 times 8. 72. So I will actually need... so it actually really won't matter which pipe that I use. Huh, okay. Oh, not exactly what I wanted. Just chuck some of these things here. There we go. Okay, so it actually will not matter which pipe I use. Both have to be the big ones anyway. Of course, it doesn't matter here. Okay, 36. Ooh, 36, 72, 144. 36, 72, 144. Damn, okay. So let's send both of these back this direction. Big pipes. Okay, that technically deals with all of our heavy oil. This done yet? No. Okay, I still have to do this. Is this what I'm gonna do whenever I'm waiting for something to happen? I'll just do some more of this stuff. Alright, so we'll just plop that there. That'll deal with our heavy oil cracking. Diesel. We have 144 out of all of this. This is going to make 3672. Oh my goodness, 72. Wait, 36 times 8. 288 plus 144 is going to give us 432 diesel per minute. 432 diesel per minute. Dear God. That's a lot of diesel. 432 diesel per minute. Okay, so with that in mind, I need to... Wait, 24... Wait, 12 times 8. Hang on. No, it's not what I wanted. 12 times 8. 96. Yeah, okay. That's correct. 96. See, 24 times 8. Wait a minute. No, I fucked up. 24 times 8. 192. Okay, yeah, that's not right. I fucked up. That takes 24. This generates 12, so I need, like, actually half of this. Actually, only need half of this. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, that's much... That seems much more reasonable that way. Okay. All right. Suppose that one doesn't really matter. Anyway, that changes our numbers around. 36, 72, 144. Wait a minute, no. 36 plus 70, 36 and 72. 72 plus 36 times 8. 36 times 8, 288 plus 72. 360. So we had 360 diesel. We also have 360 phthala. That white gas. Freaking white gas. I cannot pronounce that word right. I don't know why. I have a mental block being able to pronounce that word. I do not know why. Right, we also need to get the fuel gas out of there. I suppose that'll work. Okay, fuel gas out of there. Anyway, we got to deal with 360 diesel. 360 diesel. If we're not using it, I want to convert it into something else. Would like to convert it to something else. Ultimately, I want to get everything to hydrogen if I have to. Everything must be hydrogen, because if you burn off hydrogen, there's no pollution. So we're trying to go for zero pollution here. How are we looking up here? Still building. Okay. So, 360 to worry about. We could... don't have many options with diesel, so we're gonna have to convert it all to white gas, which is fine. Like, any that we don't end up using, I'm gonna put a big, like, thing in here to make sure that we actually end up using it all. But we're gonna make sure that, you know, we at least try to convert it if we're not using it. So let's under the assumption that we are not using any of it. So 360 divided by 24 gives us 15. Oh my god, I have to make 15 of these. Holy shit. Okay. That's a lot. Like, for real, is there nothing else I can do with diesel? No, there's no other conversion I can do with diesel. I mean, yes, we're going to make rubber. Yes, we're going to use it to be emergency backup power for generators. Yes, we're going to use it to power our trucks. But, again, I also have to account for the fact that I may end up not using any of it. Okay, 2... 4... 8... That's somehow off. Okay. 8... We'll just do... Good God. That. That to me is insane. That's what the math says. I'll double check this again, but that's what the math says. Okay, 36 times 8. Let's do this again. 36 times 8 equals 288. This is going to give us 36, so plus 72 equals 360. 360, because he's only processed 24 at a time, 360 divided by 24 is 15. This is 16 of them. This is overkill, but that's fine. That's totally fine. That's a bunch. Holy shit. Okay. That's... Holy shit, that's a lot. Okay. Let's give myself a tiny bit more room there. Okay, we're gonna have to use the big pipe for this one. That's what the numbers say. We're gonna do it. And I'm giving myself an extra large spot for doing this. Well, for doing all the petrochemicals. Okay. That is for the fuel, the steam requirements, 3 times 8. No, wait, I'm sorry, 3 times 16. 48. So this is going to technically take its own boiler. Good God. That's a bunch. It's a bunch of steam. Wait, start over here. Dang it. Let go of shift. Okay. Okay. Haha. That's all sorted out now. Please note that I have not even touched fuel gas yet. Sorted out how to do that out at all. Why does it insist on doing this? It gets rid of, like, whenever I connect one of these things, it gets rid of it. I don't like that it does that. Mainly because I can't get this set up then. There we go. Hey, Chef. Alright. There's something. That's certainly one of the builds of all time. Goodness, how the hell do I get the So I'd probably go something like that. And then I gotta send the fluids back down this way, I think. How am I gonna manage that? I think first off, I gotta get the white gas out of the middle. So let's figure out how much white gas we're gonna make. 18 per, so 18 times 16, 288. So I have to use the thick pipe. 288. Sorry, checking some messages, because, dealing with important things at the moment. Okay, so these in the middle. This can go like that. This will be my outlet. Actually, no, this will be one more into the air. There we go. Let's just say there, like that. I mean, that'll work. But we don't need the biggest pipe possible for all these little connectors. And just to make this look aesthetically pleasing, we can do that. Okay. So going down the middle there, that is our big honkin' white gas pipe. And above that, I have to put fuel gas So 16 times 6. 96. Alright, so we only need the 2 pipe for this one. The number 2 pipe. Let's get that 3 in the air. Okay. This one is a little bit easier to connect. Of course, I'm... yeah, 6 each. Yeah, that'd be it. Oh, because I got rid of the magnetic thing. There we go. That's what was going wrong. Okay. Good old-fashioned math. Again, this is all under the assumption that... entirely under the assumption that I don't use a single drop of diesel out of this thing. Basically, if you don't get it, basically the whole goal is this thing needs to run constantly. Or I do something cool and I convert everything into running hydrogen anyway. But okay. There's our heavy oil byproduct. They're taken care of. Got to get rest of the sour water, but that's sour water sorted. That's diesel sorted. Now, I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with fuel gas. Fuel gas and white gas. So maybe we take a look at fuel gas first. Again, besides keeping a big jug of it around. Oh, excuse me. Also, I'm kind of waiting for construction to finish up being researched there, but we are making progress for things. Big things. Exciting things. Yeah, see, fuel gas is still a very useful product, and we definitely want to store a good amount of it. Because, you know, we can convert it back into diesel. It's very good for, well, the rotary kilns. We can use more different stuff later. Oh, we can put it in a hydrogen reformer and generate our hydrogen this way. Which will be handy. And we can also do... yeah. Fuel gas plus steam gives us hydrogen and carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is useful because we make graphite out of that. We can make graphite out of this. Well, basically, this will be the big driver of making graphite. Hey, there we go. Let's actually get that started. The next thing in construction. Let's get that done, like, immediately. Because that's going to be a big... yeah, that's going to be a big thing. We're going to have to get the next maintenance depots up and running. I think I still have to have the original maintenance depots up. So we're not going to really touch those. Let's still slap you two down. Okay. And like I do with the other ones, I will... you know what, I could probably just do that too. It's not that big of a deal. Not a big deal. did that, just be straight across. Or I could save a little bit of room. Do something like that. Yeah, I could save a little room and do something like that. I think. Can I? Yes, I can. Does not have to get lifted in the air immediately. Okay. Well, that fits in there quite nicely. No, 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 no. We want loose. To go right to the... nope. Right to there. There we go. Three, 4, 5, and 6. Yep, right there. Yeah, because, haha, space is a premium right now. Let's just say that. Space is a little bit of a premium. Or at a premium. Just want to make sure I got the room for this. Okay, so... first would be the... put you there. Because we will... it's absolutely going to prioritize sending that out to there. Sorry, truck. Probably doing this in the dumbest way possible, but whatever. Okay, that's there. Then we get our compactor. Drop this sucker here. U-shape to there. Where is the... oh, way the hell down here. Okay. Fair enough. Of course, it's somehow one off. I don't know how I managed that, but... well, here we are. Somehow having that as one off. Alright. That's maintenance taken care of. Because without maintenance, this place keels over and dies. Alright, maintenance done. Let's get the next one down, which would be this guy. Ah, fish. Dude, that's not how maintenance works. You don't throw fish at people. So anyway, flat conveyor out to there. Flat lift. Oh, one more. There we go. Okay. That gets our maintenance out of here. And we could send it along fairly high in the sky. That's fine. Production, general. Did I whiz right past it? Yes, I did. Alright, 6 to 3, so we're only going to do 2 of these. As these ratios really starting to suck after a while. Is there anything I can just copy? It's not poorly designed like some of these that I've done. Not exactly. Whatever. We'll just do that. It's fine. I'm trying to think. Besides the keys distracting me. The keys! So if I did that... If I did that, that actually would work. Okay. And if I had to belt them out... Okay, I could do that. I could do that. Here, just so I can actually see what it is the hell I'm doing. There we go. Okay. I swear I've designed these things differently every time I've done them. Then if we really wanted to, we can then sneak this out of here that way. That's why I wanted to do it that way. You know what? Just thinking, there's nothing stopping me from doing this. And I can save a tiny bit. Technically, that also works. Wait, no, it doesn't save me anything. Huh. Oops. Doesn't save a damn thing. Alright. That'll work. We'll just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll work. Right there. Okay. Awesome. Oh, right. You are... Squish that. There we go. Oh, shit. You actually need the fancy ones, don't you? You actually need this built. Ooh. Okay. Order of operations a little wrong there, apparently. However, I do need to get... Oh, dear. Hang on. That's a problem. That's not going to work. That'll work. Let's get these quick built. Okay, you go to right there. Wait. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's the only one I wanted to prioritize. The other ones can get split. They can get split up. It's fine. It's 3, that's 6. These are gonna make... okay, more than enough. Gonna make more than enough. Oh my goodness, that's actually not deep enough that way. Shit. Hang on. Okay, piss off with that for 10 seconds. Get that instead. This actually should go a little faster. Okay. Anyway, I gotta get this built if I want to get those built. So, let's at least get that started. Where the hell was the... There you are. This ridiculous shit. It's actually not that terrible, I guess. Is that the right height? Yes, it is. Oh, whatever. We'll just quick build this. Is that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. That's a little concerning. Why so few of those? Huh. Why so few? I'll just quick build all this. No. Some of them are bringing things. It's fine. Oh, that needs to be built. There we go. Wondering why nothing was moving. But no, that is a little concerning that there's so few electronics ones making it down here. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've been using a lot of the yellows, making all these belts, so... Going a little slowly getting down there. Okay. That's getting built. Let's at least design the next thing for... Oh, wait, no, we can't even do that yet. Don't even have it, up and ready yet. Oh, dang, Chef. 30 stream streak. Thank you for that. Just saw that. Appreciate that. Let's see. Can I actually get this shit delivered? 'Cause no one... You're not even... You said you're stable and you're not even delivering anything. What the hell? Oh, we can, move this back slightly. A little bit more. There we go. Alright, now my trains can move again. Hey, look at that. Trains are moving again. They're not exactly fast, but they're moving. Still in a very awkward spot that I don't know what to do with. Alright, let me go snag another drink, and I will be right back. I didn't get much of one before I started stream, so I'm a bit thirsty, so I'll be right back. Okay. There we go. Whew. Okay. Oh, hey, look. We're making them. Let's frickin' go. Making the purple ones, which take ages to actually make and are used by everything high-end. Alright, well that's humming away. And while we're still waiting for Research Lab 3 to get done researching, I think maybe we head back here and get more of this sorted out. Okay. So, and we'll worry about fuel gas last. Hey, why is there 3 pipes coming out of this thing? Oh, right, because that one's also doing that one. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, worry about the fuel gas last. Or do we worry about fuel gas now? Maybe we do worry about fuel gas now. How do we want to convert it? We don't want to convert it back into diesel. We've already just converted diesel into fuel gas. Seems redundant. Okay, let's do the hydrogen reformer, which is fuel gas plus steam equals hydrogen and carbon dioxide. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Water plus, oh, superheated steam. Actually, that's not a bad recipe there. But anyway, hydrogen reformer, something we do have. Okay, so it's 24 per. Let's see, 24 per. So 4 of these will cover that. 4 of these covers the output from there. 24 out of that one. Yeah, 24 out of that one. So we'll do, you know, another one of those down there. And this, 6 times 16. 96, okay, divided by 24 gives us another 4. So basically this. This plus 1 extra would technically be enough for what we need to do. Oh. Okay. Let's maybe do that. Oh, wait. No. I did this backwards from every other way I've done this. Really should be like that. There we go. Inputs on the outsides, outputs in the middle. That's kind of how I've been doing these that have been lumped together like that. Or if I just did... If I did it like that. That's not that much wider than anything else, so maybe I do it like this just to keep my sanity. Alright, so this is going to take 24 times Wait, 24 times 10, so 240. Oh my goodness, that sounds larger than I expected. Hang on. Okay, 12 times 8. Let's do the math again. 12 times 8, 96. Hang on, let me make the calculator bigger, because then you can see all the stuff that the memory on the history on the side. Okay, 96 out of those. This is going to be another 24. So plus 24 equals 120. 120 out of that. 6 times 16. 6 times 16 equals 96 plus 120 actually does equal 216. Okay, 216. Oh boy. I do think one of these is extra. Yeah, one of these is actually extra, isn't it? Let's see, divide that by 24 equals 9. So one of these is actually definitely we don't need. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we don't need one of them. So that can go away. That is technically all we need. Okay, we do actually still need the big pipe. I'm designing this backwards again, but that's okay. We do need the chunky boy. What do these take? Okay. Got it. They take the tier 3s. That's why this is like oof. That's why oof. You know, technically, this is valid. If I wanted to build this to a correct spec, that is technically valid. I mean, hell, even that is technically valid. If I want to go that down to the minutia of it, that would do it. Does this actually tell me? Yes, it does. Okay, that's a lot. I'll do one of these. Actually, no. Let's count. Oh, 2 times 9. Yeah, this one will do just fine. Okay. Alright. That is inputs. Now the outputs. I guess we can go all flat. The only reason these ones are stacked is because I went down the center. So it's kind of hard to not do it that way. Yeah, I'll just go on the flats with these. Alright, so since we are actually at the point where... How do I want to do this? Thinking here, because we're at the point now where we can start thinking about actually just, if we have to, just getting rid of some of the Mm. Mm. Tasty. We're at the point now where we can consider getting rid of some of these gases if we have excess. 28 times 9. 8 times 9. 252. Dear God. Okay, well, that's good. How did I do this one over here? Oh, right. That's how I had to do that one, because it was just two different lines. Okay. Alright, you are all going to wind up in one of these. No, we're going to be that silly with it. Second one down, it would be you. Okay. See, again, why does it do that? Why does it get rid of the connector? You could even be extra silly and only use the thicker pipe once you're further down, but I'm not that crazy. Alright. So, in theory, I have to think about this in theory here. 252 divided by 60 equals 4.2. Damn. So if we wanted to flare everything out of this, technically I'd have to do that. If I wanted to flare all of the hydrogen out of this, that's what would have to happen. I really don't want this to happen, but that's what will have to happen. So we're not going to worry about it too much. Because, again, these can only handle 48. I forgot. These don't do 60. They do... Okay. 252 divided by 48 equals 5.25. Son of a bitch. Alright. What the hell happened? Please, thank you. Okay, we'll do this instead. That goes up there, so we gotta do 5 of these things. Absolutely crazy pants, by the way, but 5 it is. And that is our priority out. So in theory, all of the fuel gas that we can make, we can end up turning into hydrogen and just burning it off without any sort of pollution. Granted, we also have the CO2 to deal with, but let's deal with that now. 24 per, so 24 times 9, 216. 216. So I could, in theory, feed 2 chemical plants and have excess to turn all of that carbon into graphite. Granted, I will also have to vent that to atmosphere if necessary, though. Because there's going to be no way I end up using all of that quickly. So we will have to vent something to atmosphere, which, in terms of this being exhaust gas, it's not as bad. So, yeah, if you just flare the fuel gas, it gives you 12 air pollution, right? If you... let's put that back. There we go. Get rid of 60 carbon dioxide, it gives you 15 air pollution. So, hang on a sec here. That was 48 to 12. So 12 divided by 48 equals 0.25. And let's see, 15 divided by 60 equals 0.25. So it's honestly, it's the same as flaring it. Huh. Okay, so it's the same as flaring it, but at least I'm getting a product out of it. Thing is, though, flaring hydrogen makes nothing. Literally nothing. So, it is a completely... Hey, Rahu. It's a completely free thing to flare. Okay, so just dumping CO2 in the atmosphere, that's not really gonna do anything worse than just flaring all of my fuel gas off. It's not gonna do anything different. So we're okay there. If we have to do that. Okay, still need the chonky pipe. And I'll do something similar over here, but fortunately the... Fortunately, we don't have to... Oh, other way, other way. There we go. Okay. Get all these connected. Yeah, the fortunate thing is that this is going to be a little bit easier to work with. Easier to work with than this because there's no like large flares, so you have to do a bunch of small ones no matter what. We can just plop a pipe right there and go to our waste management, go to our large smokestack, and handle 900 in one go. So, if necessary, that's what we'll do with all of our carbon dioxide just vented to atmosphere. Okay. The Lego pieces are getting created. I think we can put all these together. Okay. Oh, white gas. Let's maybe drop that back there real fast. White gas we got to deal with next, which is... oh boy. Alright, you're going to make 36.72. Let's get all the calculator out again. Because again, we're still waiting for research lab to get done. So there's not much else we can do right now. We're just, other than wait for that. And also wait for this to get filled in. Because I do want to put my... where do I want to put it over here instead? Do I have the room for it over here? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Okay, anyway. I digress. White gas, 24 per, so 24 times 8. 4 times 8, 192 there. plus an additional 72, plus 72, 264. Oh my god. 264. Okay. 18 times 16. 288 and plus 264 equals 552 units of white gas coming out of this thing. Holy mother of God. Okay, well, we gotta deal with that shit. And we have to deal with a lot of it. Oh boy, alright. It kind of means we'll need 2 inputs for this. So, also, you know what? Hang on. That was annoying me. We'll need 2 inputs for this, minimum. Because right now, the pipe only carries 450, so... There, 2 inputs. For whatever the hell we do, we got 2 inputs. 552 we have to work with and deal with. Holy shit. I mean, again, of course we're going to make rubber. Of course we're going to make rubber. Of course we're going to also make plastic with it. So combine that with chlorine and you can make plastic. Also necessarily makes exhaust, so it's like, well. However, we can convert it into some steam. We can convert it into fuel gas and hydrogen. Convert it into fuel gas and hydrogen, but we would necessarily have to make this bigger. Which I don't think is that terrible if we have to make this bigger. That's a choice. Because I don't want to flare it, because it actually creates more pollution than it solves for getting rid of for converting all of it. And I swear, like, I got it. I have no idea, but I swear my math is... It feels like it's wrong, but I think I did it right. This is converting heavy oil. This is converting all of the diesel. That's not even big enough. I'll do it one more time. 24 times 8. 24 times 8 gives us 192. Plus 36, plus 36, plus 36, plus 36. 264. Okay. This is technically only needing 15 of these. But still, we'll still assume 16. Even though that's more than necessary. 18 times 16 equals 288. Plus our previous 264 equals 552. Okay, we have 552 we have to deal with. Good God. This thing's, you just gotta do the math again and again until you realize, until you see if you got it right. Okay, so this is only gonna handle 24 at a time, so divide that by 24. I need 23 of these fucking things. Might as well just put in 24. It's probably going to end up looking like that, so... So yeah, this is going to make a lot of hydrogen and a lot of fuel gas. Okay, there's 4. No. There's 8. That's 16. That's 24. Holy fuck. Okay, well, shit. It's technically what I have to do. It's what I have to do. If I want to convert all of this to hydrogen. Actually, wouldn't it be kind of cool if I ran this entire place on hydrogen? That'd be kind of neat. Wonder if I could do it. Well, actually, no. I'm starting to see why. Oh, damn it. Starting to see why running everything on hydrogen is a bit of a challenge. Never lost control. Your face to face with the man who sold the world. Yeah, for tileability, you always want the inputs and outputs on the same side. I'm just trying to think. Can I just easily copy and... Not necessarily. Yeah, it'll be alright. I'm still literally killing time waiting for Research Lab 3 to finish researching. So, it's whatever. Okay, this is going to take 2 steam each. 48 total? Is that right? 2 of these each. 2, 4, 8, 16, 24, 2 each. Yeah. Some of these connectors in. That's what's wrong. I'm not even beginning to think about the employee requirements and power requirements and anything like that for this. Mainly because I'm only going to turn on like a quarter of all of this. Try to have a quarter of it built and not, damn it, and not rush to get everything done, you know. Because there's no need for it just yet. No need for it. There we go. I suppose... So I don't have to do all that a second time. Flip. Yeah, that all seems connected. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Oh, missed one. Okay. Let's see if I can snag a center section of this. Because that still should technically work. Yeah, that should actually work. If I just get it down in the right spot, it will. Is that the right way? Yes, that's the correct way. Okay. Okay. It's part of it. I have to get this middle part here. That one. I don't think I need those. Well, we'll find out in a second. What fucked up there? Great. Now I gotta get that out. Oh, because they were backwards. Shit. Is that lined up right? I don't even know. Can't even tell. I don't trust that at all. Okay. Let's try that again, maybe. How about this? This actually is almost kind of done there. Let's just copy this in the middle. And also pray that the math is correct on some of these, but... Oh. And also try to figure out which one belongs in which spot. Is that all of them? It can't be all of them. Maybe it was all of them. Okay. Right, I think you actually go into the arse end of this one. Yeah, you go in the arse end of the big one. This is not needed. Okay. Yep, I got that right. Okay. Holy, that was annoying. Alright, now the... Okay, I think... Alright, the one in the middle for the smaller one is a hydrogen, that's fine. Okay, the bigger one, 24 times 24 24 times 24 equals... Oh my god, 576? That's how much it... Oh my god, it's like just fucking multiplying. It's like, what the fuck? The hell am I gonna do with all this? Alright, so in theory, that's gonna make 576 additional fuel gas. Additional fuel gas, mind you. Additional. Ugh. So, I'd have to then make this obscenely large. Okay, 576 divided by 24. Wait, no, never mind, the math is easy. Haha. Ha, it's just 24. I'd have to add an additional 24 of whatever the hell this is. Okay. +9, 33. How is this stuff still not built yet? Like, what's going on over here? Oh, you... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Ah, that'd be why. Okay. Alright, well, that's done anyway. How's my tree farm coming along? Hey, look at that. Trees. Neat. Well, not a lot of trees, but trees. Neat. I'm gonna need a lot more space for that, but that's okay. You know, I was thinking about making this like another place to grow food, but nah, trees. I'll do trees over here. I can always like cover this up with dirt and keep extending this down here if needed, which I still might do eventually, but that's I'll keep that an open option. How about that? We'll leave that as an option. But admittedly, I'm a little bit disheartened to know that I need 24 of these damn things. Okay. Well, let's do 24. $24 additional hydrogen reformers. I haven't even thought about how much freaking steam I'm gonna need out of this. God, when you really want to go zero pollution on this, it's not easy. It is not a simple task. There we go. We still got the inputs, and there's 2 of the outputs, and... Right, this still has hydrogen I have to worry about. I'm not going to, but... Hydrogen I have to worry about, you know. However, yeah, I could, in theory, convert everything to run on hydrogen after all this. This is going to make a shitload of hydrogen. I mean a shitload of it. This over here, again, already makes 28 times 9. So 28 times 9. No, none of that. 28 times 9. It's already going to make 252. Well, it won't make 252, but its capacity is 252. So 28 times 24. 28 times 24 ends up being 672 plus 252 equals... if this thing is running at full capacity, this is going to make 924 units of hydrogen per minute. That's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Granted, again, it's not going to make nearly that much. That is assuming I am using literally no other products. I'm using no other products whatsoever. In theory, you can make that much. Which, again, absolutely batshit insane crazy. But that's what you gotta build for, anyway. Like I said, we still have time for this research lab here. And then I gotta design everything that used to use arc furnaces over here. That's another fun task. It's gonna be, awaiting me. Okay. Anyway. Four. 8. I just realized those are a little bit annoying if I don't space those out. There we go. There we go. Oof. That's all I say is oof. Alright, what does this have to handle? Again, 500... Oh my god, 500! And I do that right in the corner. Okay. We'll do the same. Wait, did we? I guess we kind of... Well, I gotta back it off 1. There we go. I could be tight right up against that, can't I? Where's the... Wait, why is it not... I just have it off by 1. That's fine. Oh boy. Okay. Oh wait. Alright. Same thing as before, really. It's... I mean, very similar to the other ones, honestly. Yeah, the reason why I want those gaps there is because you kind of can't put a pipe there. You can't put a pipe that would cause another connector to be directly next to another connector. 2 connectors cannot be next to each other, so... That's why we have the gap. Okay. Those are all connected. Those are all connected. That's all good. Dun, dun. All these out. Dang it. All right. We're getting there. We are getting there. This is our steam line. And 2 for each of them. This one regular old pipe should be more than adequate. Oh. Should be totally adequate. It's still going to take 48 steam. It's going to require its own boiler. But, you know. Also, it's occurring to me that I will probably have to run a few electric boilers. At least initially. At least initially run a few... Well, actually no. What should happen, what I should do, is have one singular electric boiler to kickstart the whole process. That's why I still have this sucker here. Doesn't need fuel, just needs electricity. It uses a ungodly amount of electricity, but I can still just use that to kickstart the process. And once the process is kickstarted, I can then use heavy oil that I would otherwise be sending over here to get reformed into diesel and fuel gas. I forgot I need hydrogen for this process. Okay. Anyway, still, whatever. Send it over here to make diesel and fuel gas. I can use that to make steam temporarily. And, you know, come to think of it, if I'm only temporarily using that to make the fuel that the steam, do I even need an exhaust scrubber over here? I don't think I do. So I'm turning everything into hydrogen that doesn't actually make any exhaust when you burn it. And everything else is getting converted into CO2, which I can then use to make graphite. I don't need an exhaust scrubber here. Huh. Well, that's handy. Anyway. That's real handy. Yeah, do heavy oil into the... Yeah, heavy oil into steam. Then once the steam actually starts going, and I actually then generate hydrogen, I can then use this sucker to 72 hydrogen per. This is what's going to eat up a lot of my hydrogen. 72 hydrogen per is going to make high pressure steam and depleted steam, which is great because then I can just feed that back into the water. So it's going to be like one. Let's actually figure this out. One boiler here. I know that for a fact. One boiler goes there. Let's figure this one out. 6, 3, 3. So 12 times 8. 96. Okay, so that's another 2. That's 2 boilers. Just line them up here. 1, 2. 2 more boilers for all of you. Two times 9, 18. 3 times what? 3 times 16. 48, so that's another one there. Get that little excess, so there's 5 of them. Okay, so that's what? 24 times 2. That's another one. And then these take 3 each. Times 6, 18. 18 plus 18. Yeah, I think that's 6 boilers. So 6 times 72. 6 times 72. 432. So 924 minus 432 equals 492 hydrogen left over to play with after we power all of this. All right. After we run with all the steam, we have nearly 500 hydrogen per minute left over. Okay, that's adequate, I guess. That's completely and totally adequate. I can live with that. That, of course, is going to take 48. That's going to take a lot of water. Let's see, 48 times 6. 228. Let's see, 228 divided by 78. Divided by 78. Okay, so here's the good news. This setup will be completely fine. However, that will also mean I need another one of those. Because thermal desalination requires you to create steam, and yeah. Yeah. So this is now 48 times 9. Wait, no, 48 times 7. Times 7. 330. Wait, 48 times 200. Wait, what? 48 times 7. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Unfortunately, that is very right. So it's going to take 336. So 336. So you divide that by 78 is still... Fuck, it's 4.3. Ah, goddamn. Okay. So this is technically not adequate. Wait, how is that possible? 12 each. It's going to take one of those for 48 to make 78 times 4. It's 78 times 4. Yeah, 312. Shit. Well, hang on. 312. 312, but, I'm a dumbass. There's depleted steam. Depleted steam. Half of that will turn into water, so let's see, 36. That's going to be 18 times 9. That's going to give us 162 returned. That makes up the difference. Okay, we're fine. We're fine with that setup. I hope. Oh, and we're absolutely going to get a ton of water out of the sour water strippers. I kind of forgot about these guys over here. Haven't even dealt with their outputs yet. Okay, well, that's fun times with petrochemicals over here. You got stuff designed. That's better than nothing. What you kind of getting what's happening here is just the obscene amounts of... Oh, I just realized, how the hell am I getting stuff out of those? Am I going down the side, or what are we doing here? Ah, shoot. Well, that ain't gonna work, is it? Actually, no, it totally can. It totally can. It's just gonna look weird. I'll send it back out the top here, but no, we can do 28, 24. Okay, let's worry about that. But this is the rough calculation of how many of these frickin' things we're gonna need. And it's a lot, obviously. However, zero pollution. So, we have that going for us, which is fantastic. But I am terrified of how much power this is actually going to take. Really? The hell are you doing up there? Alright, wait here, just keep chopping these ones down. Go nuts, homeboy. Alright. Oh, hey, look. Guess what's still not done? Alright, you used them all. You know what? Fair enough. Completely, totally, real, true, and fair. Alright, we are... Okay, that's also reasonable. Low on those. Okay. I don't believe we've actually built anything that requires maintenance too. Yeah, we haven't actually built anything that requires maintenance too. 35, that seems... Oh, okay. So I have double the capacity of what I actually need. Fair enough. But no, whenever I get all this stuff built, the first thing we're doing is getting the maintenance stack sorted out. First thing, frame 1, that's what you do. Oh, okay, you're done carving out that area. That's fine. We're gonna keep going this direction, because why not? Just a little bit at a time, you know. Just a bit at a time. Because the more mountain I get rid of, the more land over here I get. So. And if I get a lot of land over here, I can really spread this out. So, that's what we're going to do. We're going to really spread that out the best we can. That's why I built this over here, so we can get this land down as fast as we can. So what a nice long straight edge to oh, that's coming along nicely. Long straight edge. Where you at? Okay, oh, we can get more of this knocked back. Why the heck not? There you go. Go crazy, guys. Go crazy. Oh, hey, look at that. Our trees are able to be harvested at this point. How nice. It's always that initial surge. Okay, and that's totally filled up, so that's also great. It's great. Nothing in the irrigation tank, though. That's a little... it's about to get full added. Water was always going to be a bit iffy here unless I actually put in another one of these, but I think we'll see how long we can grow here. I think with this being here, it also helps a little bit. It goes back. It hovers, I think. It's probably going to hover somewhere around there, maybe. Okay, well, soil moisture's there. Irrigation tank is, well, it has something. It has something. It's getting fertilized as well, which is kind of neat. Just the organic fertilizer. I'm not going crazy with fertilizer 2 or anything like that for this place, so nice and easy. Oh wow, even that's all totally backed up. Okay, so that's a good thing. That's a very good thing. We're backed up. I always thought these tree cutting machines are such a sight to behold. If you've ever actually seen one in action in real life, they're one of the more intimidating pieces of machinery to exist. If you want to put it in a certain way. It's Alright, this one we can definitely get rid of at this point. That doesn't need to exist. That still needs a little bit more. basically the idea is, like, once you build this here, you can, like, sort of spread it out. So, if that makes sense. That's how I got this over here. I still kind of want that over there, because I want to make this, I sort of want to fill in this whole thing and just sort of make it a peninsula, but that's going to take a while. Okay, so also, what is going on with the fact that the research lab is taking a month the Sundays here? Why is that actually not doing anything? You are waiting on glass. Why do you haven't... Right, the sand. I forgot that I've been very not gung-ho about getting all the sand in the world. There we go. How to solve that issue. Oh yeah, that's totally empty. Haha, no wonder that's been sitting there for ages. Wondering what the hell was going wrong. It's like, like I'm just yammering on about this, hoping it would actually finish at some point. I'm probably not going to dig any of this up. Not really going to worry about it too much. Alright, what do you say? We actually speed things up a little bit. The hell are you doing up there? Oh my god. Yeah, this is why I'm very cautious about what I'm tearing down over here, because it could all end very poorly for me. I do kind of want to fill in this little spot here, and then I can actually have a decently wide path down this side. And again, most of this is getting torn up and moved and just put elsewhere at some point. Just not right now. Actually, no, I could also do is replace... This is also good land for farming. Could also continue just adding farming over here. Fill in the gaps as necessary. That's surprisingly doing okay-ish. Yeah. Yeah, you have no household goods. I wonder... yeah. Gee, I wonder why, considering those need glass. Couple little whiffs of glass there, but no, we are out of the sand that we need because we need to make glass mix. I make the proper glass mix using acid because it uses less sand to do that, less sand and limestone to do this, to make 60. So we make it the proper way. We send it off into blast furnace 2s, mind you, which still only take 2 inputs, so it's a 1-to-1 upgrade from the blast furnace 1s for glass, that is. So it basically, it just uses less coal whenever you use a blast furnace 2. So that is the benefit of doing that with sand, at least. Okay, there's our mix. Okay, we're making glass again. There we go. Making more glass. Oh, looks like we have an ad in progress. Try not to do anything interesting. This is gonna be interesting time putting all this together. Not sure how I'll do the water just yet. But as far as, like, actually connecting them together, I'll probably do something where, like, I have... along the lines of just... you know, like that. Run lines down a big bus. Just send them off down the side as needed. Because I have a ton of room over here. And I would like to connect this with trains, so... that's why I want all this room. Also do have stuff in the future we gotta worry about. Like, for instance, I can reform the hydrogen and carbon dioxide to make ethanol and water as needed. Which will be a good way of actually making... oh, sapphire wafer, diamond paste, ethanol to make a lens. Okay, fair enough. No, we can use some of our hydrogen to make ethanol, and then ethanol to make things in the chemical plant. What am I thinking here? Disinfectant. There we go. To make disinfectant. Which once I get chemical plants too, I'll only need to have one to make the ethanol, and then two of those to make the disinfectant. Assembly 5, okay. 48 disinfectant, so maybe I make it into assembly 5. I don't know. So I'd have to have... no, okay. So I can handle one assembly 5, level 5 for that. That's fine. Make 24, so I need two of those to make the medical supplies. 96 medical supplies. Ooh. And 96 to make medical supplies too, along with the antibiotics, which... oh right, that's the other thing with the sugar I can make. So sugar plus ammonia plus oxygen, which I can actually probably still make in the chemical plant section. Needs a fermentation tank. Have to deliver the sugar here, but that's fine. I'd I would need 6 of these to do that. Okay. 6 of these to make what I need to make for assembly 5. To make 96 medical supplies for that conversion. What the heck is this? Cruise supplies. Huh. Oh! Astronauts and shit. I forgot about that. Added space to this game. Okay. Anesthetics is more ammonia, so hydrogen fluoride. Oh god, I forgot about the hydrogen fluoride. It's rock, acid equals hydrogen fluoride, and slag. Okay, so settling tank into one chemical plant makes 24 of those. But we need 2 of those, 2 of both of those to make 96. I'm gonna aim for the top end of it. However, the morphine is gonna require a lot of poppies. I would have to be producing 24 poppies per minute to make enough morphine for all that. It can be done. It's going to be done here, I think. Or no, you were going to be the sugar to then eventually make cakes, which is going to get made, well, probably right here, actually. Or over here. Oh, right, you're the secret sausage tech I haven't unlocked yet. I forgot what the hell that one was. Cakes are probably going to be made over here. This will probably be where I make the poppies. To make the morphine. Okay. Actually getting research done, or... Okay, it's still humming away, so that's nice to see. Nothing yet from there. I mean, it's making glass. It is making glass. Oh, right. You are taking the PCB boards. Actually, I think the B in PCB actually stands for boards. So, silly me. There we go. It's occasionally getting a few nuggets of research here and there. It'd be nice to get the next generation of, well, power generation. Do wonder if I could retrofit into the existing thing I have here, come to think of it, or do I just build next to it in addition to it, you know, like tuck it in over here. I don't know. Maybe I build it over here. It does kind of mean this. I built all this in kind of a bad spot. Or if I just tuck it in right next to it. I could probably get away with that, considering it's a little, may end up being a little bit smaller with how it ends up getting built. So I would like the next generation of, well, power generation. Oh, why is it paused? Why were we paused? It's very odd. Anyway. The next gen power generation would be nice. Okay, those are, well, It's understandable those are backing up because I have no glass. No glass means no PCBs. No PCBs means I am not using Electronics 1 to make Electronics 2. This is all such a mess. Oh, you know what? I could have branched it off of that one. Oh well. It would have been basically the same. Again, oh well. This is fine. Really? You're stuck? Huh, okay. Whatever. We'll put a big bubble of this out there. Same with you, just to get that emptied out. I'm trying to fill this up, you know. Some of my trucks that aren't doing much of anything to get them to dump all of their dirt on this little patch. And I think order of operations here is once I get this kind of filled in, we head back over here. And I think maybe I start filling in around this because this is a patch of, I believe that's titanium. Or do I not worry about titanium yet? Maybe I go with the aluminum? Thing is, though, this is bauxite over here. This is a big old lump of bauxite. Right? That's what all this is. And it is way the hell on the far end of the map. So, maybe titanium is the more appropriate move to go first? I suppose there's also a way to check. Go into the research lab and figure out where each of them are on the tree. Which I do believe... Oh, well, look at that. Aluminum smelting is right there. So that's curious. That bauxite is way the hell over there. Titanium being closer. Yeah, titanium smelting right there. It's locked behind the next research lab. So... Hell, I'd have to get nuclear reactors too. To get that. Okay. Freaking fast breeder reactors are such a pain in the ass. Oh, right, I forgot. Crop yield is like an infinite research thing. Oh, that's... all of those are very handy things. Okay. I forgot you have infinite research for some other cool shit. To make not having to build massive farms. So that's very helpful. Alright, so it is bauxite first. Which again, kind of curious. You are iron. It's difficult to tell the difference. If bauxite is orange, you're also iron. You are also iron. Way the fuck over here is bauxite. You can't even drive over there. That's gold. It's way the fuck over there, and way the fuck over here. Oh, this game needs ships. And just cargo ships that you can just float around your own island in the worst way. But seriously, like, could you imagine like building a little dock out here or something like that? You bring over some excavators and some trucks, and you load a dock, and then it just floats from here to, you know, I don't know, over here. Could be something you could do. I guess. Maybe. Sort of. Just a thought. Ugh. All right. Oh, what do we do now? What do we do now? I just had, like, mine totally went blank for a moment. Oh, you know what? This isn't built yet. You are not built yet. Okay, there we go. I don't know, maybe we, start a few things in here? I don't know. Maybe we do that. So, why is this not built yet? What the fuck, guys? Killing me out here. Killing me. Alright. Let's see if we can... Oh, that's not built either. That would have been bad. Well, would not have been the end of the world, but... Oh! That's exactly what I wanted. We can do that real quick. And we actually have room, I think. Okay. Here, go back to mining. Oh, God. Mining that. Go back to mining that. Alright, let's get the next generation of... Oh, easy there, techs. Upgrade these. Upgrade these. That's fine. Oh, I don't even have enough for those, do I? Oh, I have enough for one. I got enough for one. Of course, not enough of those. That's fine. We can just kind of... Maybe... I don't know, guys. Stop doing that shit real fast. There we go. Okay. How do I want to do this? Oh, I can send it down kind of the middle here. I'm not really using that. Yeah, I'm not really using that. Send it down the middle lane. Can you tell I've done all of this, like, as a huge afterthought? Because it was all temporary anyway. Oh, underneath. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, we'll just get this thing down to there. This will be the return line for it. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Whatever, game. Then we turn R back on. Right there. Okay. So that'll take it back and plop it in there. Let's do... remove that. Stuff off these transport belts here. They no longer need to be here. Okay. We got two of the most important belts. Now for another important belt. And we'll just design this over here real fast. I think it's just a 1-to-1-to-1. At least, that'll make 12 per, so we got 24 to work with. Yep, okay, that'll work. Nice, simple ratio. And we just do a little vehicle ramp here. Actually, I could put it right there, and that should work just fine. If you do that far one first, that loops around correctly. Oops. Since we're not really storing any of this, because I don't want storage of it, right, that one needs to go there, you need to go there, and now we need to cut and drop you in there. Also, I did learn, if you hit Control V, it brings up the last thing you copied. For the longest time, I didn't know that. I just didn't know it. Anyway. 1, 2, 3. There we go. And the reason I do a gap of 6 in the middle there is because the mega vehicles can fit. That's the whole entire reason why that is done with that gap. I believe that is the minimum size that they need to get through there. Okay. That should do it. And let's do something here real fast. Let's quick build that, but what I can do immediately is pause it. Pause you, so nothing outputs here. And we will set those to can export cargo, and you know what, for the fun of it, import it too. Because then I can at least get the... all the, these guys, Lab Equipment 2, delivered to it. that was probably now sitting in, yeah, there. Because the whole idea is that you want to... Oh. So both going to be able to be upgraded. Very nice. The idea is you want to be able to deliver these to there whenever they actually get created. As they, well... they need the lab equipment initially in order to actually get built. Oh yeah, I can import. So, oh right, my trucks are waiting until they are as full as they can be. I have that setting set so they're, oh, there they go. So we're not, like, wasting a ton of trips with small deliveries. Okay, now we can actually just, do that. Oh god, do you need, like, data centers or some shit? Let me bet. I bet you fucking do, don't you? Actually, no. Why would it need that? It's locked behind basic computing. No, does not look like it. Okay, thank God for that. Alright, that's cranking away there. Can I... Nope, not yet. It's part of it. Part of that delivery. And now we can do that. Unpause you. Unpause you, and we'll do that, 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 and that. Okay. Did you empty out this, though? No, you didn't. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Whatever. And there it goes. Look at it go. Yay. Look at our labs. Alright. So, up next on the agenda here is, I think, getting to CO2 recycling. For, do we do glass making just for the fun? Nah, this will give us chemical plants too. Those are really handy. So, let's at least get CO2 recycling sorted. Eventually get there. We gotta get conveyor belts up and, you know how it is. Oh, right, with the better conveyor belts, I can change some of those pipes around. Okay. Ugh. It's gonna take a minute for everything to kind of get, I guess, ramped back up. Now, hang on a second here. Let's see. That's 12. That's 24. Takes in 12, that's 24. Okay. So yeah, like I said, it should be 1 to 1. Really? No, actually no, it still should be fine. It still should be fine. I don't have any materials getting sent to the recycler that wouldn't otherwise be getting made right now. So, I think we're okay there. You know, I also, if I wanted to, this might be a good idea. Research efficiency, maybe? Maybe we do that. I have the overhead. Maybe part of it is the, well... Output is full. What do you mean output is full? Oh, because you haven't used up any of the main... Okay, it's talking about... Right, maintenance. Talking about maintenance, not necessarily the, fact that there's no recyclables on their way. Okay. It's a little bit, doesn't really tell me... Oh, 24 per. Well, guess what I actually didn't need to build. Haha. Actually, wait, no. Did that one wrong. Let me pause this one. Unpause that one. Yeah, okay, that explains that. I only needed one of these, because that's all I could run. So we'll just pause that and let this one run at full capacity. Because, yeah, it takes in 20 per. Yeah, there's that slight boost that I had. Okay. Yeah, our very, very long recycling system we have going on here. Basically, at some point in the future, all of the maintenance will be ran and produced off of recycling. That's what the end goal is that. Because I've done it before. I've built factories in this game where every little bit of maintenance I had going all came from recycling. Takes quite a bit to do, but it's possible. It's very possible. It's nice to see those filling up back again, because I do use them. Especially the glass and the iron scrap. Okay, that's up and running. Let's, well, let's figure out, is arc furnaces just better than... These do anything different than the regular ones? Arc Furnace 2 versus... Okay, we'll just do regular Iron 1. So, well, let's actually just put one down. Because honestly, I cannot remember. Oh yeah, it's twice the amount. Okay, fair enough. So it's still safe for me to do a little bit of design. work, you know? Okay.
Overkill_switch has made it in time for the drivers' meeting.
Welcome on in. I am DatBlue, variety streamer, and tonight we are doing some island flattening simulator, also known as Captain of Industry. But thank you so much for that raid. Really appreciate it. Oh, you're doing some Satisfactory. Neat. Okay, gotcha. Well, if you like that game, you may like this one. This one is more about realism than that one. And basically, if you don't know what this one is, it is a another factory building sim, except this one tries to use realistic industrial processes. Like, for instance, you have to mine ore out of the ground, and then you have to take it to an ore sorting plant. The ore sorting plant will sort out, like, the rocks, the dirt, and whatnot from, like, let's say, for instance, this one's doing iron ore. The iron ore is then sent into a crusher to make crushed iron ore to make it easier to work with. Then sent over to a blast furnace, where you combine limestone and coal to create molten iron. The molten iron either then gets sent to a metal caster to make iron plates, or it gets sent to a oxygen furnace where you combine the molten iron plus the oxygen to make molten steel and exhaust, and the molten steel then goes into a cold caster where combined with water makes steel. You know, normal things. Of course, the blast furnace, it creates slag, so you have to deal with the slag, and it also creates exhaust gases, which you got to deal with the exhaust. Number of ways you can do both of those, but you know, I just realized that wasn't built. Whoops. Anyway, so yeah, lots of interesting processes you got to work with. We just got let's see, we just got our lab equipment number 3 online, up and running. And we're getting some higher tier research going on there. But, yeah, I forgot to mention, you also have to have farms in order to feed your populace. Keep them healthy and happy and whatnot. So, but yeah, like I said, really appreciate that raid. If you got to run, go grab yourself a snack, something to drink, head off to bed. It's kind of late, I realize that, but yeah, if you gotta do that, no worries at all. Let's see, what the hell else do I gotta do today? Right. Arc furnace design. So we're gonna tell it to do iron scrap first, which will then... Yeah, if we get iron scrap first, always do that one. I would have to figure out how to get recycling up here. That would have to be a thing I would have to do. The only problem I'm facing with designing this is that with the arc furnace giving me double the amount of molten materials, I then have to design for double the amount of molten materials. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe I just stick to 4 of each. I'm thinking that'll be okay. Oh, dang it. I'm thinking that'll be okay. 4 of each, but I have to remember this is going to do 48, 96. Wait, 9. Come on. It's 96. 192. 192 total molten iron coming out of this. So I would then have to... Let's actually switch up to the iron one there. Metal casters... Well, we got our option of metal casters and oxygen furnaces here. The metal casters will just get iron, regular iron, which we still need. And the oxygen furnaces will give us our steel, which we need. So how about I just assume that I'm going to handle 100% of everything this outputs. So our oxygen furnaces, like so. You know, I already did kind of figure out how to do this. What am I thinking here? This also will just work. This will just work. We will Todd Howard the fuck out of this. Because the only difference between this... Plop that there for the moment. Only difference between these two are the source of the... No, it won't work. Doesn't quite line up. Well, that doesn't quite line up. Actually, hang on. Let's just put that there. And we'll just slap these in a spot where they do line up. How about we just do that? There we go. Now those all line up perfectly fine. Okay. That's just part of it. We do have to keep in mind that we have to get oxygen in here, as well as water. Oxygen and water, and we have to get the exhaust gases out, as well as the slag needs to come out. But the slag can... Slag can be used for the concrete process, so that's not that big of a deal there. Can use that for whatever. You go there, you go there. Okay. That will be our buffer, essentially. Loose storage for slag. Oh gosh, do I do a loose storage for slag, knowing that I'm going to be using a good portion of it, or sending another good portion of it off to the rail lines? So actually, I probably want slag go in this direction, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I? Also, if that's going to be... Yeah, I got to change this one up. You... I have no idea where I'm going to get it from. But you're actually unit. Your unload of graphite. That's going to unload graphite. I don't know where I'm getting it from, and I don't know how I'm going to put it on a train. Because the only thing making graphite right now is this dinky-ass building. Oh boy. That is not going to be enough. That's why I desperately want to get CO2 recycling. Very desperately want to get CO2 recycling up and running. I could put the graphite on a train down here somewhere. But worry about that in a minute. Let's just assume we're getting graphite up here. Now, how do I want to... Sorry, putting a lot of thought into this, how I want to design this whole entire thing. Probably for the best that we have a running lane up here. Yeah, we kind of start there. Okay. This will be our bus, our main bus. This will be the bus. I think it's 2? Yeah, it's 2. I've been doing 2 for all of them. Everything seems to be working fine. Okay, let's think about that. That's a 200 belt. And that's going to be up to 48. That should be perfectly fine. I shouldn't need to wait for the upgraded belts. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Neat. Really? It should be fine. I don't know why that was complaining. Anyway. Okay. And you are a flat lift. Nope. And like the... Oh, wait, hang on. I won't necessarily need that. So 3, 6, that's going to do a total of 12. Presumably we'll have the same number on the copper, so 24. 24, 24 for you. Presumably another 24 there. No, I'm sorry, another 12, so up to 36. And then maybe we double this up if we're feeling extra spicy. 48. So, yeah, okay. Okay. Let's just assume that going absolutely crazy, because I'm just going to do this, except just bigger. This setup, so it's just going to be iron, steel, copper, concrete, glass, silicon poly. Make all this up there in this little area. I think I need to make 48 per. And that's making 12. Ha, that ain't enough. That's okay. Honestly, if I turn on a third of this at the moment, if we only build 1/3 of this, I should still be okay. Because 1/3 of this... No, I'm sorry. No, a quarter of this. Quarter of each of this would end up being 12. So I'm making 12. It's the exact number I need. So I could, in theory, sustain this. But more importantly, I just need the regular old conveyor 1. I don't need anything fancier than that. And also, let's keep in mind that I will be making a exhaust scrubber, which will also generate carbon. And as a result, if it generating carbon, it will also, necessarily, give me more... it'll be generating carbon dioxide and necessarily give me more graphite to work with. And it just occurred to me I'm designing this poorly. Just occurred to me how poorly I've designed this. Shit. That's okay. We can fix things. The reason why I say I'm designing this poorly, because if I put the inputs for the... If I put the inputs for the iron and or the... Let's just say ironworks. We'll also include steel with that. Oh, I just got belts unlocked. Very nice. Not that I need them, but hey, chemical plant 2 on the way. If I put the iron ore coming out of here first instead of down here, that would mean that I would have to put the iron ore up here. The belts would come down here, and that, yeah, see how that, I could have less overlap. I would have less overlap, but trouble with that is I gotta figure out how the hell I'm gonna do that. And where they would lie in this stack. So let's just figure out the inputs here. We have... Well, easier thing to do would be... break out an arc furnace. 1... copper... glass... silicon poly. Let's just assume... it's gonna need glass mix. Okay, well, we're gonna have to work back for that. Okay. So... glass mix... let's not even worry about... should I just bring glass mix here? Yeah, maybe I actually just put glass mix on a train and take it there. That might be the better play. Only because glass mix also requires salt, and I don't want to try to get salt over there. Because salt is... well, I need salt water to make salt. And this is on a plateau in the middle of the island. And I'm not trying to get salt manufactured or delivered up here. No, I could do it on an edge someplace. Like, for instance, I know I'm going to need a shitload of water for the... Actually, no, it'd be 3 fewer... Actually, no, well, it's... Sorry I'm humming and hawing so much. Well, here's the thing. If I make it someplace else, the only ingredient I would need up there is salt. Well, if I make it up there, the only ingredient I would need to bring is salt. If I make it someplace else, then I would just necessarily be replacing the salt with the glass mix. Because I'm still bringing acid in to get the more efficient use out of the copper. And I'd be making acid up there anyway if I'm scrubbing all of the exhaust. So the question is, again, do I manufacture this, put it on a train, and take it up here? Or do I get salt, take it up here, then manufacture it, the glass mix, someplace up here? That's what I'm like going back and forth in my head with now. Like, what's the better option? Well, let's actually take a look, real quick glance, and see what the hell we can make with salt. So, mixer 2, 96 sand, limestone, salt, plus acid equals a shitload of glass mix. The thing is, though, there's not a lot... Titanium chloride plus salt. There's not a lot else that I can really use salt for with what I'm trying to do. And again, there's not much I can do with glass mix once it's up here. Man, I realize I need a shitload of sand. I need a lot of sand. Wow, okay. Which means I should probably... What the hell's that quartz mine? Your uranium. Oh, I can get a oh, okay. Bauxite can be get there. Get it bauxite can be get there. What the hell did I just say? Holy shit. Okay. Never mind. We already have a quartz mine up and running. So, I get my quartz. I'll probably keep this. I'm gonna get rid of this at some point. This is here just to move dirt around. Once this gets filled in, probably on this side, I'll start doing a number of the... Gosh, because I also gotta figure out how the hell to fit this in where I need to fit it, and I think it's gonna go here. And I think I can cram everything in there, but it's gonna be tight. Or I just don't give a shit. I put it up here and, like, somehow run a pipe all way the fuck over here for my fertilizer or something. I don't know. Or I just dedicate a few trucks to it. That's also an option. I dedicate a few of the large trucks to it that just delivers fertilizer over to my crops. That's also a completely viable option. Instead of going crazy running pipes everywhere and tripping all over myself to do that. Then again, I could earmark a few crops for whatever that replaces, but I don't know. Point is, I gotta make like some sort of weird rail T-junction shit going on over here, because what I want to have happen is for these trade deals that we have. Like, deliver goods to them, and then get goods back, obviously. That's how the trade deals work. Like, I know I have to have the quartz delivered here. And the quartz has to go through a couple processes in order for it to be sand. Sand, or quartz, basically, you take 288 quartz, makes 288 crushed quartz. Then you send it into another 3 crushers at 96 at a time. Crushed quartz eventually becomes 96 sand. So you can make 288 sand per minute by using quartz. Now the question is, do I build all of that down here, or do I run the quartz up here and then we crush quartz up here? Keep in mind, I do have quite a bit of room up here. Because this right here is about the size that this is going to be for making the iron. It's about the size for the copper. And you got to figure just, whatever, put that there, and then, like, it's all the bigger that's going to be. And that's, like, really exaggerated wide out there. I got room to play with. I could do more. But, I don't know. But anyway, back to the... Gosh, I'm like bouncing all over the place. I can't... Because I keep running into more additional problems that have to be solved. And it's like, I really don't want to tear things up just to... Would rather not have to tear everything up. That's what I'm trying to get at. And shuffle everything around. So that's all going to be stuff we need anyway. Gosh, getting salt up there is going to be a pain in the ass, though. Or, again, do I just make the glass mix down here and not worry about it? Put the glass mix onto a train, send it up there. I think maybe the largest number of final products we can send up there might be the way to go. So maybe what I do, I'll just do a glass mix thing somewhere next to a train. And I'll just fill up a train with glass mix, and it can just deliver it that way. Okay, decision made. Decision made. We're sending glass mix into the back. So basically, anything that gets sent into the back of these, that's what's going to get delivered up there. Okay, so if that's the case... Alright, was there anything here that... I mean, there's rock and slag, which I am not going to deliver up. I'm not going to deliver rock and slag up here because I think that's kind of silly. But I will need to make hoppers for at least the rock. The only reason I say that is because rock isn't actually necessary to make the concrete. You could do sand and crushed slag, and you can make concrete slabs out of that. The only reason rock is sent up here is because you can make manufactured sand out of crushed gravel and add it to gravel to make concrete slabs. Of course, you needed the cement as well, but that's splitting hairs. So it's like you have all sorts of options to make concrete in this game, which is kind of cool. So if you set up a... Basically, yeah, if you set up something to sort of govern how it all gets made, then it's then you can be pretty flexible with the type of concrete you're making. So you'd be quite flexible. Right now, I think I have it actually prioritizing using slag as much as possible and using rock as much as possible and laying off the sand if it can. Yeah, see, look, it's using, yeah, crush rock, or crushing rocks goes to gravel, gravel goes into manufactured sand. The priority for this to use, it's just always going to prioritize using manufactured sand instead of actual sand. And I do believe this is also going to, yeah, prioritize using slag instead of gravel. So that's how I have this set up. So it's basically, this recipe is pretty much always going to run. But it can run all the other ones too. So, but let's basically scale this up. So we are already getting limestone. I do need to send fuel gas up there though. Okay. Already getting limestone. It'll be fuel gas or hydrogen. Should I run this off of hydrogen? Maybe I should. Maybe I should, because I believe the hydrogen recipe just gives you depleted steam. So we can be a little bit cleaner in that regard. Then again, this does make carbon dioxide, and if I generate more carbon dioxide, I can turn carbon dioxide into more graphite, which means I have to send less graphite on a train to this place. So maybe it's actually beneficial to be using the higher, quote-unquote, higher polluting one, because the end product we can actually use. Maybe that's our goal. Maybe that's our goal. We actually do generate carbon dioxide, so then we can turn it into graphite. Because yeah, maybe we do that, just because it generates more carbon dioxide. Also, carbon dioxide being sent to the atmosphere is pollutes half as much as just sending regular exhaust. So, that's probably why that's a good idea to do that. Okay. Let's get rid of most of this that doesn't need to be here. You know, come to think of it, now I'm quite happy I still have this sitting around. Because this is my copper setup. So that's very handy. Why do I have two of these? That's a interesting question. Anyway, that's my copper setup, so I can grab that. That'll be handy. Right, anyway. Enough of this going crazy over this. Let's see. How about this? Since we got to use that the most, we will set can do the regular flat conveyor. This will be... No, wrong way. Okay. That's... That'll be the carbon rods. You will be... carbon rods, crushed iron ore, limestone. Carbon rods, crushed iron ore, limestone. Next would be... Next, the only different thing would be... copper, ore, and then sand. It's basically me just trying to count backwards here. These I'm getting rid of. So, that would be... that. Ooh, here's an idea. What if the one-offs went on the ground? And the things that needed more than one use go up in the air. Well, let's see where we wind up. Copper, sand. Right, next would be the... glass mix. Okay. Next would be glass mix. Next would be coal. Wow, is that really it? That really actually might be it. That actually might be it. Gosh, we are really Taco Belling this shit. We are genuinely going Taco Bell. Huh. I could have sworn there was more than that needed. Well, I suppose the acid. Shit. Well, the acid can go in the... pipes can go in the air. That's fine. But I have to count it. So it just goes somewhere. I don't actually know, it just goes somewhere. There's also more... Actually, come to think of it, this is mostly just counting. Starting to count these to figure out which ones go... And based on how many slots I need, I can work backwards. Also just realized this train stacker is running out of room. So acid and... hydrogen. I forgot about you. Hydrogen, we need that. So, yeah, fuel gas and hydrogen. Plus the acid. We have water on site, that's why I'm building over here. I don't think I need anything else. Everything else, like, I can small batch in trucks. Okay, so 2 more things of liquids of some sort. Okay, well... One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Okay, we need 10. And because this thing's totally screwed up. I shouldn't say totally screwed up, but not optimal. We'll just say that. Not optimal. We'll just get rid of all of it and build a new one. Those are fine. Those are fine where they're at. Okay. Okay, how many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why does that seem iffy? Because it was iffy. And that one's fine. Okay. 10. We have 10 that we need to make. Fair enough. Alright. First things first. Way the hell up here. This is where our... No, train. There we go. This is where our carbon will live. Or graphite will live, I should say. Graphite, unload, graphite. Alright. Next up, iron ore. Crushed, mind you. Keep that in mind that I am on site crushing everything, so following along with that philosophy of bring the whatever goes into the back of the arc furnaces here. That's what we do. That's how we do it. Okay, and we need limestone. So limestone next. There it is. Unload limestone. Copy, paste, paste, paste. That's not helpful. Not helpful. You are helpful. Let's see. Next up would be the crushed copper ore. And sand. Unload. Sand. Next up would be glass mix, and only glass mix. Which is handy. Oh no, no, hang on. Glass mix and... Oh shit. No, no, no. This one's not just glass mix. This one also needs to be... acid. So... you're not correct. Because I forgot acid. Unload acid. Now we can move on to the glass mix. And that's all you need. Thank God. Okay, acid, glass mix. You... Coal, that's right. That's right, we need coal. Do actually need a bit of coal. And the last two can be... do. Last two, unload fuel gas and hydrogen, which we're going to make both in great abundance. Great, great abundance. We are going to make that stuff. All right. Let's actually get this built. Hey, you can skip that. Oh well, it'll be fine if that gets built. Doesn't really matter. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 7 more spots for whatever, which is handy. Very handy. I could use like the top one to take like excess slag out. And then we can... I don't know, maybe we vehicle parts are good for trading. That's for damn sure. That is for damn sure. So we can also, we can make some vehicle parts up here. Trade that stuff. Vehicle parts. Yeah, I can do a lot of things up here. A lot of things. I do think vehicle part, because like vehicle parts in exchange for iron ore, that's a big one. Yeah, there's a like lab equipment or whatever, household goods for copper ore, that's a good one. Limestone, like construction parts for limestone. Hell, cement for coal is not that bad. Yeah, a lot of things you can end up doing. Vehicle parts for quartz. Although we already have quartz mines. Yeah. Oh, shit. They built this real fucking quick, didn't they? Hope I did this right. Yeah, I really hope I did this shit right. Otherwise, yikes. That's all I gotta say. Alright, so this can actually probably just get... You know what? No, let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Reason being, if I really have to, I can fit another one right here. So that can just stay where it's at. Change direction. Okay. Well, that's not going to work, is it? That's probably better. So like I said, I'm going to send the slag out in this direction. Oh, right, I gotta fit the oxygen furnaces. I'm sorry, oxygen, or air separators. Gosh, why did it take me that long to get to the frickin' right thing? Guess what? They fit perfectly right there. That'll work. Okay, so this can actually go, kid you not, like right here. However, that'd be a terrible idea, come to think of it. Because... Because it all has to go... That all gotta be in the air. So how do I do this? Oh, how the hell do I do this? Oh, I know how I can do this. I know how I can do this. Oh. Not want to do that. Okay. So now I can set where this thing goes. It can go right there. And that shouldn't be a problem. This can just do this. It's totally fine. And what we can do... hope I can get over that. You know what? Let's not. Actually, wait. No. This is iron ore. This will necessarily just end, won't it? That's gonna take... yeah. The faster one. And no more iron ore. We don't need it anymore. This will be limestone. We'll need more of this. Change that direction. Actually, how much will we actually need? You know what? This will be one instance where I just don't care. Let's not be that fucking crazy with our min-maxing. And there we go. That drops back down and can be used at an appropriate height elsewhere. Maybe do that. The nitrogen I don't think I can really use over here, but so we'll just... I have room to utilize it if necessary, but... oh, wait. Wrong smokestack. That should go like so. That's water, I believe. Yes, that's water. The oxygen, however, that's from where I had it on a completely different spot. Yeah, it should be fine. Or actually even better. Okay, there's that one. And there's that one. Okay. Oxygen dealt with. Water I'll have to bring in from over here, which is perfectly fine. But that's all that I really need for this, honestly. I could scooch this over a little bit more if I really want. Maybe I do. Maybe I do want to move this over a bit. Yeah, let's do that. Looking at this, it's a little bit odd where it's placed. Okay, I will need you back in a second. But let's rethink all of that. And let's rethink you. Oh, right, the exhaust pipes here. We gotta get those sorted out. Is that going on the ground? Okay. May still have to move this, but that's okay. Right, so we can just do the regular old... Okay. These ones I don't necessarily have to make, like stupid, compact weirdness, but it's whatever. Okay, should be good there. And good right there. That'll work. Again, we do have to deal with the exhaust. Maybe what I do... Maybe we run the exhaust down just over here. Down that line. Oh dear, I just realized how late it is. Oof. I'm also thinking maybe this is a little close. Maybe I give myself a lot more room. However, we'll get to that in a problem in a moment. These are gonna make... Well, let's just check. 12 exhaust each. Okay, 12 exhaust each. That's expected. 12 times 4, 48. Oh, God. 48, 36. That's a lot. 144 plus 48. 192. 192 exhaust from just this. Holy shit. As we gotta make one of these at some point. So 480 is what. Alright, so that basically tells me we gotta use the big pipe. Gotta use the big pipe. I could at least use... It does 900 throughput. That is very handy. How big is this thing? Oh, she a chonky boy. Chonky girl, I guess. Oh, it's, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, let's actually... This is cramping my style here. Of course I miss. Actually, just doing it from that side is a hell of a lot easier. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be enough. This is a pipe I gotta deal with later. Oh, whoops. That would have been a problem. Yeah, these go, you know, like all the way the hell down here. Like so. As well as our pipes. Which I don't know if I need to upgrade them or not just yet, but... Let's roll with what we got. Question is, do I send water down here knowing that I don't need it at all? No. Wait, I don't need it at all. Well... No, I do need it... No. No, I don't need to do that. It's all going to be brought up from over here, so I'm not going to send water down on its own special little assignment. Pipe. I think I eventually get water out of the exhaust filtration process. Yeah, it does make low-pressure steam. I'm going to have a lot of low-pressure steam, so I'm going to actually generate some power out of this. Get some of that back, but... yeah, this will eventually make reusable water, so... yeah, well, whatever. Won't be much. It'll be some, but it won't be much. But yeah, let's get this, we'll just use the big, thick exhaust pipe. Actually, for now, we'll just use the 2. Because that's all I kind of need at the moment. I don't believe I need anything bigger than this, so... Ooh, you know what? It's maybe not the wisest choice. Maybe I... Well, since it has to be up and over this anyway, I'll just run them all to... this. Well... I'll run them to here and then up. Like that. There we go. I'll just go there for now. No, 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 no. Here we go. Down on the ground first, then up there. Okay. Now I have to get these somehow over there. That's a curious route. Okay. I'm seeing the vision. Wait, is that plugged in? No. What the hell? The hell, game? There we go. Bruh. Please stick to that. There we go. Okay. That was a little annoying. Anyway. We just do that. To right there. Then we hit R again. Snap that into there. Now... sure that's right. That's the start of the pipe, and there we go. Okay, awesome. That is our exhaust taken care of. And once I collect it all up, I'll just have like one smokestack someplace. And there we go. That's a nice little tight compact. Let's get rid of you. Like so. And there's our exhaust pipe. Okay. You know what? I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I can be proud of that. Boy, do I have a hell of a lot more to do. But that's going to have to happen later. Because I'm tired. And I got work tomorrow. So, you know. But no, that's a good start with that. We did a hell of a lot tonight, not gonna lie. Let's see, what did we get done tonight? We got construction parts 4 online. Well, they're taking their sweet ass time. What's the hold up here, fellas? PCB copper. Oh no. I'm low on copper. Well, shit. Okay, that's fine. Hang on, let me, wait, how the hell are you low on copper? Because you don't have any coal. How do I not have coal? Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Oh, well, I guess that's what happens whenever you, whenever you don't have it locally anymore, you have to import all your coal. Little annoying there, but that's okay. That is okay. I do have a truck assigned to it. Oh well. Right. Anyway, sorry. Lot done. Recap. We got some basic next level research stuff done. We're gonna get some chemical plants, some CO2 recycling, some new arc furnaces up and running eventually. Maybe some glass. We'll get all that stuff. Get all that good stuff up and running. We also decided to start a tree farm out here, out in the middle of nowhere, while we maybe plan for our future on rails. Oh, look at that. That's coming along quite nicely. Let's see. What else? We designed parts of a chemical plant, which is going to be absurd with the amount of just everything it's going to end up making. Yeah, that's what we got going on here, and we have the beginnings of a rail-driven manufacturing area. But that'll have to come later, like I said. Let's see here. There are the socials for you. Use that info however you please. I gotta find some place to send you guys off to. Let's see. Where can I send you to? Oh, heck, why not? Send you over to Ryu. How about that? There's a raid message for you. Get this going here. Let's see. Tomorrow, Wednesday. Usually my day off, but maybe I'll try to stream. Twitter and Discord. That's when you'll know. That's all you know. What I got going on, but we'll get that figured out. But if I do, it'll be my usual time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And if I don't, I'll be back Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But until then, you folks have a fantastic, lovely, wonderful rest of your Tuesday night here, and if I don't see you Wednesday, have a fantastic Wednesday. And, you know, the only thing I ask of you folks every time is, till we see you next time, keep being good to each other. Night, everyone.